All right. Let's make sure we're up and running here. And it appears we are. Looks like it. All right, so ready to get down to some actual painting. I'm very excited about this. I've had plenty of time to think about what I was going to do. Got a really super busy week at work this week, so just really wasn't in the mood to really get in here and paint. But I have thought about it, and I think I figured out a plan of attack for this. So let's see how this works out. Clean off some dust here. Make sure we're dust free before we can start applying paint. I think this middle part is the palm of the Sentinel hand. I think it's supposed to be chrome. But anyway, I'm going to start with the dry brush on the plinth, and then what's up, Drastic? I'll start with the dry brush on the plinth, and then just kind of work my way up. I'm going to do the fire last. I think I'm going to do the plinth, the metal parts, and then I'm actually going to brush coat the smoke and the fire to get them tidied up. And I'm going to do a base coat with a brush. And then I'm going to use an airbrush to go back in and do the little spots and stuff. But then that'll give me a little bit of OSL on, you know, the metal and the stuff I've already painted. So I think it should look good. That's what we're going to go with anyway. So first things first, little plate mail metal. Gonna do that on the plinth. Oh, why is it so far away? Getting all my colors set out, put together, really has really helped me, you know, like stay organized with this bit. There's a lot of colors on it, and you know, when it's organized, it feels pretty good. So I can dive right into this. I think it's like a chef, you know, having all your ingredients all ready to go, so you don't have to think about it. Just grab it. Like now, I don't even really have. Well, I mean, so I have to think about it. Not crazy. I'm gonna wet my paper towel a little bit first. And then that way, when I give it a dry, I'm gonna wet my bristles a little bit. That way the bristles aren't completely dry when you go to dry brush. And a little bit of moisture, it'll help that paint release. I like to give my bristles a good coating and start working it off. Especially in the spot that hit the paint. It's usually a high spot on your brush, which is good for reach if you need to get into something. But in this particular case, you don't want that. I like to start at the back too, just because, you know, Gotta kind of warm up a little bit. This brush actually may be too big. Yeah, I think I'll have to go in with a smaller dry brush. I'll hit what I can with this big boy. Guess I don't have to be so squeamish with it. I can get on in there because I'll be painting over all this several times. I do like this plate mail metal look on these. All the Wicked bases, at least most of them I've printed so far, have had this same style plinth. And I kind of like the way it looks with this just simple treatment. I did kind of anticipate this was going to be a thing when I started this hobby, so I knew I wanted to give it a real simple way to do it, so I could just knock these things out pretty quick. Very small base, but it's got a lot going on. That was a bit of a smaller one anyway. Yeah, man, I'm glad this week is over. It was a long one. Still didn't get everything I wanted to get done, but I made a good dent in it. That's what matters, right? Left it all in the field, and now I'm done. I needed some paint therapy tonight, so I might be at this for a little while. Especially now that I've had like all week to just not paint and just be thinking it through, you know. So I gamed it all out in my head before I even turned on the camera. And now I just gotta execute it. No, I haven't seen the Marshmallow. Oh, you're talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? I haven't seen it. But I knew they were doing a Ghostbuster run. I assume that's what you're talking about. Smaller one in there. That's fun. I'm not done dry brushing this stick brush. Let's see what else we got over here. But I got my little bag of tricks. Oh, let's wet this a little bit. Is that water or alcohol? Water. I think that's alcohol. That's not good. Let's start this over a little bit. I knew there was something on this side I needed to hit. That guy right up in there. What is up, Jeffro? Just getting some dry brushing in. I know it's been a while since I've been on. I was just saying I just had a really busy week and was just in no mood to paint, no time really. Like I hate getting started really late or in the night if I know I'm gonna have a stopping point, like a hard stopping point. So kind of during the week it's a little more difficult to make time unless I get started like right after work, and that's not always the case. So tonight it's Friday night. Had a long ass week. I did my best. It's time for a little me time. Alright, so that is painted. I want to do a little airbrush chrome on that and the mirror airbrush chrome on that. Paint this sentinel hand here. And actually I should airbrush this as well. especially since I'm not worried about overspray right now. Just have to be careful around the around the plinth. That's pretty much it. I can do that. I can manage that. It is Friday, so yeah, I may be on painting for a while tonight. So strap in, kids. It's gonna be a ride. Get some of this pearlized purple on this mother effer. Oh wait, I gotta turn on lights over here. Yoink. Ta-da. All right. Did I shake this? Did I shake this bottle or not? I can't remember. Well, I shook it now. Done been shook. Why is my airbrush blowing so hard? Turn it down a little bit. Control. Yeah, like I said, I haven't been able to actually get in here and paint this week. I did have ample time to think through the process in which I'm gonna attack this base painting. So I finally landed on a solid sequence, of which I'm executing right now. I remember, like, when you're working with the purples or anything with like metallic flake in it, thin it with airbrush thinner, because it prevents the little flakes from like clustering up. If you use water, even though it is water-based, it is still a water-based acrylic. For some reason, adding water to it, diluting it with water, tends to make those little flakes clump together, and then you end up with, like, I don't know, patchy looking metal. Nobody wants patchy looking metal. I don't know the name of it, but I think I put it in my channel description. I think one of the links in the channel description has the airbrush box. I mean, it wasn't a super expensive one, and I could stand up. I could stand to have a larger one. I'm probably going to upgrade in the near future. The sticker on it says Vivo Home, VIVO Home. If that helps. But yeah, I think I'm gonna. I need to upgrade the size of my airbrush box. I can really only upgrade it though, like vertically. I don't have any more room, in the horizontal, unless I put my airbrush back on the floor. But I don't want to do that. It's really nice having it, at table height to be able to adjust the pressure. All right, well, paint is flowing. So let's do this. He's conveniently placed finger holes down here. Just a little bit more. Oh, I gotta do the hand or the extra other little finger over there too. I can't forget that. Get that leg piece or finger thing. Calling it a leg. Finger. Where you at, robot finger? Oh, there you are. Cool. Yeah, this one I just kept separately. Make it easier to paint. I learned my lesson the first time. Trying to paint in between a bunch of fingers does not turn out well. Nope. Reload. Right. Back in business. I decided that the angle that this finger sits at, you can't really see the seam anyway. So I'm not really worried about the seam being seen in this particular instance. I'd rather have a solid paint color. Alright, there we go. Now we will let that dry while we clean our airbrush. Ooh, that exhaust fan's loud. So, how was the week for you guys? Anything interesting? Anything interesting happen? I mean, plenty of interesting things happened. Don't get me wrong, but just making conversation. It was hot in this room. I don't know what's going on. I think it's just because my in-law suite is right underneath me. I'm pretty sure they keep it pretty warm down there. Check what this thermostat says. It's redonkulous. 73, but that's closer to 74. Still, I want it to be like an ice box. Oh, I think I'm monetized now. I'm just waiting on a PIN number or some shit. But yeah, which is pretty cool. Oh man, you're sick. I'm sorry. That sucks. Well, thanks for hanging out with me while you're, on the mend. I hope it gets better. yeah, and I'm about to cross 1,800 subscribers. You know, that's not a ton, but it's a start. Sure, this thing's blowing clean. Can't tell if it's blowing or not. I think it is. Yeah, it's definitely coming out. All right, you're clean. I get it. You're clean. I'll leave you alone. All right, so next, I think I want to spray. I think I want to spray the chrome on the metal parts. Then I want to try out the mirror. I'm gonna try out the mirror chrome on the saw blade. I'm curious to see what that does. There's a couple like little spring things inside of the middle bits that I want to get in there and paint too. Just look like some cords, some hoses or cords or cables or something. I think I'm gonna paint them. You know, I think I'm gonna call an audible here. I didn't really plan on that. I was gonna just paint them black, but I think I'm gonna add a little spot of color. There are two of them in there. I think I'll do one in like a red and one in a blue, just to give it a little extra something, a little disruption down there. Yeah, that'd look nice. Water in there, so if there is anything, it won't dry. Purple, I believe I am done with you. Let's see. I know I'm going to paint the smoke and the fire. I got to do that by hand. I could brush paint. All this with the chrome. If I brush paint that with the chrome, then I got to brush paint that whole tentacle with the chrome. Same way, otherwise it won't look right. So I think I'm going to airbrush it. I'm going to airbrush all these little chromey bits with the the Vallejo Chromo. And I think that's supposed to be chrome too. These I'm going to hand paint, so I'll hand paint that just to make it even. I probably could have got a little more purple down in there, but that's okay. So yeah, this stuff I'm just going to give it a spritz with the chrome. Gotta pick it up and go up underneath there. Let's get you out of the way here, buddy. I do love these acrylics, man. They dry so fast. Ooh, that's a loud shake. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna chrome this bad boy up. And then I decided to brush paint the the base coats on the smoke and the fire with the brush, because just all the detail, all the intricate, all the nooks and crannies and stuff I have to get in to paint that fire, the base coat. But once I have it base coated, it's fine, because I'm going to base coat it in white and then yellow. But yeah, so once it's base coated, it'll be fine. And then I can go with the airbrush and do some, like, you know, fading ridges and stuff. But trying to do all of that with the airbrush, I would have had cast off in so many different directions. It just would not have been fun. So, metal chrome through the airbrush. Here we go. Again, just going to dilute it with a little bit of paint thinner. Turn on this loud ass exhaust. Usually don't get into doing metals this soon, but in this particular instance, I don't really have much of a choice. The fire has to be absolutely last. So yeah, I think I got it. That way, if there's any if there's any overspray there, it's like a more of a natural looking kind of OSL. And my brush down. It's blowing a little. There we go. Blowing a little hard. I'm not going to worry about the overspray too much on the fire and stuff, like I said, because we're going to be painting over it with a brush several coats. So same with the smoke. I'm going to be painting over it quite a bit. The hardest part of this is just getting all the angles. And the shadow over here. It's still my painted model. No, this is all personal collection right now. I just I did a couple commission pieces early on, and I don't want to be like, I don't want somebody waiting on me to like finish something. You know what I'm saying? Because if I was doing this for a living, maybe, but this is this is my hobby. It's not like it's not a business just yet. If I decide to do it, but yeah, I don't want to have like a big wait list of people, or like I have to produce something. Just personal. Sorry, it was a long-winded answer. There are these little coiled springs in here. I wonder if they. I'm gonna try some of that mirror chrome and see if I can make them like be a slightly different chrome color, more like a highly reflective. By the time I weather this down, this is gonna be kind of a darker chrome. So I'm just wondering if I can make these little spring coil things look more like super chromey. All right, that'll do. That'll do. All right, so well, while I got this chrome out. Oh, hey, sorry, I've been looking at the chat. How long have I been painting? Um, Painting models like this, for about 2 years. 2022 was my first model I ever painted. It was a Miles Morales, very, very small one. All right, so that's gonna be chrome. You know what? While I got the chrome in the cup, I'm gonna go ahead and paint this bad boy. Might as well, right? I'm gonna have to find the middle here. That's where my hook is gonna go. So I'll just paint around my hand for now. What was that? All right, I'm back. Sorry. It's crazy hot in this house. All right. Starting to look like something. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna chrome this big tentacle while I have it. While I got chrome in the cup. Oh, I'm trying to not touch my sweaty hand, my glove, my sweat. This is just gonna be a This is going to be a hose job, so let's do it. This thing weighs a ton. I'm going to have to epoxy this thing in there. I can already see it once I get some wash on this. It'll look good. Wash that'll damage. Gotta hit every little angle. Now once I add some panel liner, some wash. Things gonna look pretty tight. Yeah, I do this one section at a time, or I'm gonna miss. This Vallejo is a good chrome though. By far my favorite. This has such a nice shine. But it's not like too much. You know, it's like a good metal shine. Side, I can handle it still. Oh, I painted myself in a little corner here. Memento. I gotta hang this up, reload the brush, and then come bring it all back over there. See if I can hold it by that key. That is a pretty monstrous key they gave me there. Yeah, I'm gonna, before I start streaming tomorrow, let's see if I can add a little preset to my studio. So whenever I'm cleaning my airbrush, I can push a button that just says, "Hey, cleaning my airbrush." All right. Hey, what's up, fangirl? Welcome back. I'm painting some metals. Trying to anyway. I'm gonna paint this big ass tentacle, and it's getting hard to handle. Size. The size of this, coupled with the um, size of my airbrush box, is not making this very fun sometimes. But the bottom should be dry if I hit the bottom. I can always touch it up, I guess. But I would really like to be able to get this one and done, you know? Alright, it's gonna drive me nuts. I need to be able to see under there. Oh, I missed all of that. Whoa. It's so heavy and awkward. That was close. Dropped it. Alright. Got a solid chunk of resin, or a solid coat of chrome on this resin. We're gonna let it dry. Oh, hanging off camera there, but. And so next, I want to try this metal airbrush chrome. I'm going to try this metal airbrush chrome for this saw blade. And I got those other two loose ones, so I may start with those on a test. All right, gotta mess up my beautiful little paint setup here. Let's get you out of the way. I need another turntable so that I can access this from all sides for just such events. Oh, come on. Oh, no. The saw blades have really, really thin keys. I almost just broke that one off. I hope to be painting the fire tonight, so let's set this one aside in advance. All the body parts I know I'm not going to be getting to, so I can relocate these to the back. There we go. That's still not helpful. Keep it turned this way. It's sitting cockeyed, but that's okay. My OCD is kicking in. Yeah, this usually I do paint it with the gloss black first, but in this particular instance, it's more of like a battle worn chrome. You know, I'm going to be washing it out anyway, so it's not going to be highly chromed out. But I am interested to see how this chrome, this mirror chrome, how this is going to go down. I saw a dude spray it and it looked really good. Like it was actually reflective. Like you could see his camera reflection. So let's see if it lives up to the hype. First things first, I got to clean out my airbrush, and also I got to find a little drill to poke. This is a brand new bottle. I haven't need open, so I gotta poke a hole in this thing first. So I will be right back. You guys can watch some paint dry. All right, I'll give this a solid cleaning here. Alcohol. Yeah, so I have 2 bottles of Green Stuff World Chrome. I'm trying to find. This is actually a long running experiment that I've been having, like this search for Chrome. Matter of fact, I may do like a montage video one day of all the Chromes that I have bought and tried. But where's that airbrush Chrome? Is it over here? Yeah, so I found out that these are actually 2 completely different types of applications of Chrome. So the airbrush actually does make a difference. So I bought this one first, but this one is meant to just kind of like drop on. It's almost like a wash, kind of is the best way I can describe it. Is you don't really want to brush it on because it gets all streaky and crappy. But if you just drop it and let it run, then it plates up, I guess, and it like puddles up, and when it dries, it's more of a shiny metal, like chrome. And then I saw a video of a guy use this airbrush version of it, and I decided I'm going to try it on these saw blades and see what happens. But this one I'm actually going to try on the springs on the inside. They're just like coils, so I think I can run a bead of this around it. If it works, if it works, great. If it doesn't, it's no big deal. It's just a spring coil. But I'm gonna do that as a test. Yeah, and I have the Vallejo Chrome. That's what I just sprayed over there. This one I haven't even unpacked this one yet. But this is a brand new bottle. I still have a little bit of an old bottle left. But yeah, this Vallejo Chrome is definitely my go-to as well. Especially now that I know you can spray ink over it, and it looks so good. Like when you really need like a tinted metal, it looks really, really good. All right, anyway, I'm getting distracted here. I need to get back over here to this airbrush. No, I don't know what white chrome is. Is that a thing? But I am. So anyway, long story. Like I said, I've been searching for the perfect mirror chrome. I want it to be like reflective as shit. And when I find it, I'm going to do a Silver Surfer statue that I have been eyeballing. Now I think I have all the necessary skills and experience and paints that I can do a really kick-ass job on that Silver Surfer statue that I has been eyeballing. All right, that seems to be good. Do I need to dilute this airbrush stuff, or does it just go straight through here? hydroalcoholic. Perfect mirror-like effect. Use alcohol to thin. Alright, well, I guess there's my answer. Alcohol to thin. We learned something, didn't we? We read the sides of the bottles because we're not dummies. Alright, I gotta get this thing open now. Where is my dropper thing? I'll use this. I have this little hand drill that I bought for when I'm mounting magnets, and it just comes in handy for so many other things. Is that too big? I feel like that's too big. Nope, that seems to be the right size. We're not going to be shy with it anyway, right? Yeah, I'm trying to avoid this. I'm trying to avoid the spray can. I got to be honest. Like, that's why I'm hoping that this is going to be my solution. I got my hopes up. Alright, actually, I think that hole is too big. I don't have the dexterity for this right now. It's probably still big, but not as big. Alright, come on. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties over here. Alright, I think I'm through. Yep. It's very, very thin. I don't even know if I want to thin it that much. But I also don't want it drying on the tip of the needle every 2 seconds either. So, just for a measure of good caution here, let's give it a whole squirt of alcohol. Load this thing up here. I need to shake it. I probably need to shake it. How much are the green silver boat? I had to actually have this shipped. Yeah, I had to wait for it. I had to get it shipped from wherever in the UK the distributors are. So, I don't know. I can't even remember what I paid for it, but I mean, I'm pretty sure I got it on Amazon. I must have got it on Amazon. I get everything on Amazon. But it was just a drop shipper, I think. Ooh. Now I'm just wasting it. Which is also another thing I'm trying to be conscientious of. Can't have it just splashing around like that, Bob. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Alright. So let's give this a go. So this is the World Chrome Metal Airbrush edition. light coat, very soft pressure. Build this up a little bit. It goes on nice. The spray is smooth. Oh, that looks nice. I wonder what it is that they do differently in the airbrush mixture that they don't do in the other bottle. Because when I sprayed the other bottle through the airbrush, it was not good. This is very nice. Look at that shine. All right, I'm happy with that. That looks super good. I don't know if it's mirror like reflective, but pretty dang close. Maybe it might go another coat, maybe. Let that one dry. So yeah, I might try to just not mix. I'm gonna not thin this, I think. I need to. Oh, tell you what, that just flies through the airbrush. Yeah, I think it needs an extra. I think that other one needs an extra coat. That one was more thinned down, and this one is not. I want them to be extra shiny. Oh yeah, that'd be good. Send me an email, man, or on my Instagram. Send me a send me an IM or PM or whatever M's they got. All right, I like this. I like this chrome a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna go give that other one more squirt. The more you saturate it, it seems like the more it gets reflective. Probably if I had hit this with a gloss black undercoat, probably would have a little more shiny as well. That would be like ultimate shine. That's nice. All right, now I should probably mask off around there before I go spraying this chrome, because I don't want them to clash. I mean, I don't want them to. I don't want to have to paint over. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's just a little bit. Up in the fire, it won't matter, because I'll be painting over that with several coats. I may be making a mistake here, but we're gonna give it a try. I'm gonna turn my pressure way down. This is like a test your skill moment right here. All right, so I'm down at about 14. Oh, I'm sure it's not a terrible job, man. It's, you know, there's nobody judging. It's just for fun. Yes, I would love to see them. Send them my way. That will work. A little bit more. I still got some in the brush. Can't put it back, so I don't want to waste it. Yeah, they do. Like I said, I'm just now getting into painting over chrome with ink, and yeah, I'm digging it. All that's going to be on fire anyway. Fire smoke, fire smoke. All right, cool. I think I'm ready to start brush painting in my smoke and fire. Yeah, the chrome. So the difference in the chrome is it's subtle, but it's there. Like these saw blades are just catch way more light than this. This is the Vallejo chrome. This right here is the Vallejo chrome, and yeah, you can see it just. Now, granted, this is a big flat, flat surface, so it's super shiny, but I mean, you can still see that there is a difference in the way they catch it. So I like this solution. I think. For this, I think I'm still going to be on the hunt for something else. For maybe it's just because the textured surface of it. I can't really tell. But it looks good, and it is just a hair more or less saturated, or a little brighter, a little more vibrant. Just a hair more than the Vallejo. But I like it. So I'm going to try a little bit of this on those little spring coily things in there. Just put one up against the other. I don't even think you're really going to notice. I'm probably just wasting my freaking time. But we'll give it a go. All right, so for now, you guys watch that dry, and I'm going to paint or clean this airbrush again. Yeah, I think that's what I'm missing. I think if I do a really glossy black, I think I'll do a spoon test as soon as I get some more spoons. I'll do like a super glossy black, and then lay down some of that chrome. But for today's application, I'm happy with it. Trying to get the habit of pulling the needle through the front instead of out the back. It's a difficult habit to establish after I've been doing it the other way for so long. But it makes more sense, pulling it out the front to the back, so you're not traipsing paint all through your seals and your other chambers of your airbrush. So I'm going to try to be a better airbrush daddy. Oh, I can hear my shutters have stopped clicking, so my printer must be done. I'm printing another Miles Morales, but this time in 1/6 scale. something built up in the my little float valve here. Yeah, that chrome does dry fast. What the heck is going on? Quite a bit of buildup in there. See it actually now. My needle tip pushed it through. I just have to let that soak. A little cup and soak it. That's not a bad idea. I can see my needle coming through now, at least. Ooh, alright. That would have not been cool. We're gonna give that a little bit of a airbrush cleaner soak for a minute while we go do some other stuff. Oh God, come on. I do have a backup needle for this in case I mess it up, and I think it should be okay now. Alright, yeah, the rest of this is just gonna run right through, isn't it? That doesn't make sense. This. Oh wait, I need alcohol. Scrub that up. Now we're cooking. Alright. Feel like this I can leave sitting for now while we get back to some painting. Oh, that's fun. Have a good night. Probably missed you. I was not looking at my thing. What time is it? Oh, it's 8:02. Alright, hopefully you get it. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. Have fun at a con. Hold on, Jurassic. Let me get my phone. Boop, 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 boop. Instagrams. One request. There you is. Accepted. All right. Now, where was I? In this sweat box. All right. That's painted. Oh, I probably got a little bit of. I probably went a little hard right there, but that's okay. I don't care. The base. Nobody gives a crap. Let's I can do all that later. Let me get into the smoke and the fire here. So I think I'm gonna give the, where is it? So do I want to do the bright parts, like the white in the middle and the gray on the top? I think I do. That'll be more of a cloudy look. And then, or like white smoke, and then the fire will be the fire. So we're just going to give this whole thing a coat of the off-white. Where's the off? I want it to be off-white. I want it to be white. Part of me wants it to be white, but then down in the, well, it would make the fire brighter. Let's go white. Where's that cold? We're gonna cold white it. Gloss. That's gloss. Where's my cold white? I know I have a bottle of cold white. Another bottle of gloss. Where are the glosses? Alright, seriously? What did I do with that? There it is. It was on the board already. Cold white. I'm gonna go in here to do the clouds and the fire. And I'm gonna dry brush the clouds with some ash and some darkness, and then the fire, of course, I'll yellow it and orange it and all kinds of fun stuff. But everything's got to be white first. So that is what we going to do now. Give it a good shika. I got a clean cup here. That's probably clean as it gets. I think that's right. Give that a try. Oh man, I just put a lot of, that cold white's really thick. It's thicker than the other whites, which is kind of why I like it. Don't want to thin this down too much because I'm covering black with it, so. Oh, and you know what? I need to go change out my rinse water. It's got metal flake all in it, so I'll be right back. Oh, I should probably mute my thing. Jeffro Bodine. Be right back. All right, I'm back. I have returned. Some fresh Wawa. Add a little mix up. Boom. All right. Now I really just need a paint mover, maybe a bigger one, some of the bigger jobs. There we go. That should do. I need anyone in between that? I don't think so. All right, I like these square brushes. I needed to replace my old ones, my old squares. These are really good for just coverage. You know what? I'm gonna warm up on this bad boy. Yeah, see, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of little nooks and crannies. So I don't want to have to flood them with, with an airbrush, is what ends up happening. I don't think there's going to be any way around. I'm going to need to do 2 coats of white on this anyway, so we're just gonna lean into it. Got to be a little more delicate around these tendril bits. I don't want to break them off. Can't lean on them too hard. You know what I'm saying? Is that too much light? Did that help? I don't need a whole lot of light tonight. I'm not doing anything crazy. Is that better though? Is that better, Jeffro? Can you see? I feel like that white light or that other light was blowing this out. All right, cool. I'll try to learn to paint in the dark for you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work that out. Like I still need a little bit of brightness in here just because I got old ass eyeballs. But doing stuff like this where it doesn't really matter. I'm just slapping this paint on here. It doesn't really. I don't need a whole lot of light to be able to do that. Maybe if I got myself a decent headlamp, I'd have a little more control. Not a bad idea. I just don't like the goggles that I have because they hurt my nose, the bridge of my nose after too long, too heavy. Because I don't really need a magnify. I just need a light. I know auto parts stores. So I might get one of those jobs. Like mechanic headlamp. That's actually not a bad idea. And I can at least adjust the brightness to where I can see into all the little nooks and crannies. It's not completely blowing it out for you guys. Maybe night vision. Yeah, no way around this. I'm gonna have to give it another coat. I need my round brush for the fire. This is not going as smoothly as I would like it to. I need a, yeah, I'm gonna need a round brush. This is too flat. It's not right for the little crevices and stuff. Left a pool of paint right there. Alright, I'm gonna have to check out one of those. Like that may be a solution to my issues and my camera issues. Sit right there for a second. I'm gonna find a large round brush that I can jab at you with. Much better. All these puddles. Although this is all going to be fire, so. After I'm just got to keep in mind, it's always going to look like poop in the first coat. Always looking like poo. Why are you looking like poo? Oh, that's, yeah. I'm gonna run it on pretty low light anyway, so hopefully it'll last. It should last for a couple hours at least, I would imagine, right? 3-4 hours is all I need at a stretch. And I want to get something that is rechargeable, like that has not necessarily like a big battery. I don't want like a whole bunch of weight on me. But if it's designed correctly and it distributes its weight, nicely, then it should be comfortable to wear for a long period of time. I feel like that's one of the, would be one of the goals of a design like that. Be able to wear it for a long stretch. But I hear what you're saying. I'll keep battery life in mind when I go shopping. See if I can speed this along. I'm getting too lost in the sections I'm doing here. How do they expect you to get up in there? That's ridiculous. Probably with an airbrush. And get to it from that side maybe. Oh. I feel like that's definitely something, because I mean, I really like those the magnifying glasses that I have with the lights on them. You know, I wish I had done more research before I bought those, because they are not comfortable after a long period of time. At first they're fine, or for little short quick uses they're fine, but when you need to concentrate on something and your nose is on fire because it's holding up 50 pounds of magnifying glass on the end of it, that's not fun. And it's acrylic too, so like, well, I don't know why it was so heavy. Maybe it's glass, I don't know, but it's heavy. Anyway, the regular headlamp would probably be beneficial. That's like I said, really all I need is a little more illumination in my life. Yeah, I used to use my magnifying glasses like all the time, like when I painted, just all the time. And then I realized that yeah, it was doing the same. It was giving me kind of headaches after wearing it for so long. And then also I just wasn't getting a full picture of the job that I was doing, because I was so zoomed in on one little spot all the time. So it made the paint jobs take extra long. You'd think it would go faster, but it did not. I have been thinking about getting the developer kit and adding VR or AR to my list of skills. I feel like I could probably make some money doing that. But I don't know. It's a little weird market out there. I don't think it's got the mass adoption that they want us to believe it does. Could be completely wrong. I don't know. But if the world ends up coming, Ready Player One, then let's do it. Shit, I'm down. Tell you what, I can already tell. Painting a fire on the base with a brush is going to be an exercise. Ugh, I gotta do all this like at least 3 times. I gotta do 2 coats of white and at least 1 coat of yellow, probably at least 2 coats of yellow. This is gonna be a minute. Maybe it would be faster just to mask everything off and hit it with the airbrush. I mean, I know it's not a race, but dang. But honestly, the only way I can get in here is with a brush, because these little nooks and crannies in this fire is way too much for an airbrush. All the little eddies and everything it would make. Oh, I mean, it worked getting the primer on, so. Nah, I think I need the control, especially for all the details on the base. I gotta paint around. I think I'm just gonna have to suck it up. Keep seeing all these little spots that I missed from different angles. All right. Yeah, that is true. They do have just tiny bottles. I have so many, I had to get a new, I got a new paint rack that after this project I'm going to get attached to the wall and filled up with my new paints. There you go. Yeah. Honestly, like get the mega set with just a whole bunch of options, and then yeah, just like add what you need as you go. That's what I've been doing. I got like kind of a basic set to begin with, and then just for specific projects, I started buying specific sets of colors. Like for Iron Man, I bought a whole bunch of reds, and golds. Spider-Man, I bought a whole bunch of blues. And so yeah, now I have tons and tons of options. And now I'm getting into inks, which is a fun little evolution. I don't know why I was always intimidated by inks for a while. Oh, nice. Yeah, Vallejo's my go-to. The paint lid is perfect to hold this little stick of fire here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have a few of the metal colors that I have are alcohol based, but alcohol and water you can switch between pretty easily. You don't have to worry about it. You just don't want to get into spraying oil stuff, oil paint. From what I understand, you can't really mix it. Like you gotta have a whole separate airbrush. Or you're cleaning with mineral spirits all the time or some shit. Water, the acrylics are just way more convenient as far as like solvents and cleaning goes. That's my opinion. There are some guys out there doing some really hyper realistic stuff with oils. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you gotta. That's some next level shit that I don't think I'm on yet. The model makers that use the Tamiyas and other like super complicated paints. Yeah, they get some good work out of it for sure, but you really got to know what you're doing. I'm back around yet? Okay, finally. At least a long trip. There's just so many little nooks, holes in this thing. So for the fire, I really just need solid yellow base, solid white base first, and then a yellow, and then I can airbrush the rest. The gradients in the orange and the red and all that stuff. But I want to hand paint base coat. Just because of this. The amount of airbrush, like I'd need to mask off everything because I'd really need to hose this thing down in order to get all the white down in here. If I was using an airbrush. You said that was rubber? Rubber black? I'm putting this white on pretty thick right now, but it's okay. The first couple coats are gonna look like blood anyway, so let's just lean into it. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're only for painting Gundams. The old school guys at the hobby shop though, man, they swear by Tamiya's. They're painting like battleships and shit. Like, I think it's a totally different process. They're like painting, you know, mostly like metallic kind of vehicle-y stuff. Traditionally, what you would think of as like painting models, not like action figures or whatever. Like I'm doing, like we do probably. Yeah, I think there's some other mineral spirits or something that you're supposed to mix in with it, like to thin it down or make it more controllable so that it doesn't dry so fast. You know, you got to get that mixture like just right. Acrylic is just much more forgiving. You know, it's just water. For the most part, water or alcohol. Every little angle I see some other little spot I miss, so I keep going back. Right now I'm just trying to get all the spots. I know it looks like poop, but one more coat and it'll smooth out. It'll all be all level. Right now it's just patchy. I'm more about just trying to get total coverage versus even coverage. All these little nooks and undercuts and And since this is going to be fire anyway, having a little tumultuous base layer might look good. There we go. Let's give that a little while to dry, and in the meantime, we will move on to this. Move this saw blade out of the way somewhere. Good spot. Have you used Liquitex, like liquid latex? Yeah. For masking, I do not like it. I should probably use that right now, like to just mask off some stuff and then just airbrush it. But nah, that stuff, I don't like the edge that it gives you. You know, it doesn't give you a very good edge. It's hard to pick out sometimes. It gets down in the crevices. It's kind of hard to reach in there and, you know, retrieve it sometimes. But yeah, not my favorite. And it's just hard to know, oh, the paint brand, Liquitex. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about this. Which is just, which is basically just liquid latex. And yeah, for that, maybe I'm just doing something wrong. I don't know, but who knows? All right, time to get busy. I'm gonna try to not break off that saw blade back there. Basically, anything that's smoke or fire is about to get a coat of white right now. Yeah, silly putty and I use Plastitac. It's hobby putty. It's business putty. And Plastitac and plastic wrap. That combination works super well. It's quick to go on. It's quick to come off. The Plastitac's reusable. If you really wanted to, you could reuse the plastic too. But yeah, Plastitac and plastic wrap is the way to go for me. After a very long time of hating masking, I just hated the tape part of masking. I just hated that part. But putty, you know, you force it into whatever shape it needs to be in. And when you're doing some crazy shaped shit like statue makers have to do, comes in handy. I'm just going to use the brush to go around the trim, and then I'm going to use a bigger brush to get some of the big flat surface areas. But this is definitely going to be a minute. Also, what I like about Vallejo paints, they tend to just level off. Like you can kind of, you know, put paint on unevenly a little bit, and there's a little forgiveness. If you know, especially the water, you get them to the right viscosity. Um, no. Plastictac's really nice. And actually, the older it gets, the better it gets because it picks up like little impurities and imperfections. So the tackiness, like the initial tackiness, like when you have a brand new piece of putty, is super sticky, and yeah, it can definitely be hard to get out sometimes. But after a couple uses of it, and it gets some junk in it, and then it loses some of it, a little bit of its tackiness, then it becomes really nice. It's like it ripens or something. I've heard some people say that you can like run it on carpet to pick up some hair, you know, when it's or some fuzz or something, like when it's brand new. Because yeah, it is really super strong when it first comes out. But now that I've been using it for a while, like I don't want to do anything else. I still don't like masking, but at least that way is a little easier. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's weird, but it's a weird little trick, but it definitely makes a difference. And the more, like I said, the more you use it, just give it some age. It'll get like little flecks of paint in it, and like you can see, mine is all, you know, garbaged up. It's got like black spots and chunks of paint and red spots and stuff. So it's like all those little impurities will help even out the grab. Then you can really just jam it down in the corners. Although you really don't need to. I mean, that's another thing. I think I'm learning that when I'm applying my tack, I put it on too hard. I push it in too hard, and it's really not necessary. You're just blocking air. You're just blocking paint and airflow. It's not like you're holding back a dam. You know what I'm saying? You're not blocking high pressure water or something. It really doesn't need to be super stuck. But at the same time, get down into some of those little really small places. You gotta kind of jam it in there. But I've never had a problem removing it. You just kind of roll it around with a toothpick, with a bigger piece, you know, kind of push down in there and pull it off. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of starting to regret not masking this thing off and just airbrushing this white on here because this is going to be a minute. But I don't want to have to like hose it down either. So. This just ensures that I get some good coverage and I've hit all the spots manually. I would not have been able to mask this off and get a good you know, edges against stuff anyway, because there's just too much crazy geometry in this model. Trying to get down in here would have been a nightmare. Like it is right now. It's like I'm going to be losing time, or not losing time, I'm going to be taking a lot of time doing a lot of masking and still not have a good quality and still have to go in here with a paintbrush anyway. Or I could just skip all that and use my time brush, which is what I chose. All this is going to be a big fat brush anyway. I don't have to worry about it too much. Smoke on fire. I need to be able to get down in there. Somewhat. Use my brush. Use the reach. Well, that's gonna be fucking fun to paint later. Gotta get down in all these little nooks and crannies, then I can get out my paint mover and really start laying into it. But right now, I get all this little trim work done, and there are just so many little angles here. I'm glad this base isn't huge. You can kind of easily move it around in one hand, but get on in there. Get on in there, paint. Get in there real nice and deep black. Oh, that's funny. Alright, well, this is going to take a minute. I've got to be careful. I'm getting around some metal bits now. Well, this is going to take way more time than I anticipated. way more time. I need to sit up straight. My goodness, I just realized I was just slouching. I'm still gonna have to go back and do all this in yellow and probably another coat of white. Alright, at least I'm out of that little patch of fire right now. Moving on. Faster to paint around these cloud bits. That's for sure. Yeah, I did a couple time lapses of the print. I think I did one piece of the base and the her hair, her head. I also collected some video of me doing the supports for this rogue. You know, how I supported the pieces to kind of like do a tutorial. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not, or release it or not, because it seems like a whole lot of work, and I just don't know if, you know, the juice is worth the squeeze. This is also probably one of the most complicated pieces of bases and hair on a portrait that I've tried to print in a while. I didn't have any issues with it. It printed great, actually. But to try to explain it on tape or on a voiceover, I don't know if I can do that. Like, there's a lot of, I don't know, a lot of understanding of like the physics of what's going on that I think is helpful information to have. I mean, I leave some holes in the bottom. Yeah, they're just drain holes. Now, if I'm doing a statue for a gift, like the Miles Morales that I'm doing next after this rogue, that I'm gonna do. I do a paper. I print out a thing and cut it to shape. You know, so those I paper over the holes for that. If it's a gift, if it's leaving my collection. But if it's in my collection, I don't do bottoms. And some of this under area here, I'm not going to be able to do with a square brush later. Alright, well now I feel like I'm starting to make a little bit of progress. But just printing out a little cardstock bottom, that's really all you need to do. Super easy. And it looks pretty legit, you know. Basically have this the camera mounted like right next to my head, so if I come forward too far, I'll hit it and bump it. So if you see the camera shake, that's what's happening. But I feel like this is probably a better angle, you know, to show you guys what I'm doing and me still being able to see. Basically like a GoPro angle. At that distance too. That's why I keep bumping it with my head. I don't think I'd want to wear a GoPro, like a for real GoPro. That'd be too much weight. That'd get annoying, and it'd look too much like an episode of Cops. Body cam footage. All right, more fire. Woo. Yep, still warm in here. Not liking that a bit. I could just take my shirt off, since you only see my hands. So I thought about when I first started this channel, I was going to call it Only Hands. Because, you know, you're only going to see my hands. Only Hands. Hey, this is a family show. You pervert. Alright, I have no idea what I'm painting in there, but I'm going to assume it's fire. So I'm going to assume it needs to be white. I don't want... This is the hottest part of the fire. It's way down in there. I think I got this hook on my brush. Whew, well, this is gonna take forever. Taking forever. I'm gonna be done with this in about 3 years. Watery there for a second. Oh, I see why there was a drop of water on the end of my brush here. That'll do it. On the handle, didn't see it. Oh, yeah, that's on fire right there too. A little clump coming out of the wall. Oh, right. Yep. Painstaking effort. I am taking pains. But that's what this hobby's all about, right? Doing the detail work that nobody else wants to do. Whew. I'm realizing I'm just holding my breath here. I need to stop doing that. But honestly, this is a good kind of way to start the weekend. You know, getting warmed up painting. Not really having to be super accurate here. I'm just being challenged by all the little angles and just the sheer volume of it that I'm going to have to do it again like 3 more times. I'm staring down the barrel of that. But even if this takes all the rest of my Saturday, it will be worth it. I'm very excited now that I've got the colors picked out for Rogue. I'm very excited to get to the get to the statue part of the statue. But I want to get this base worked on. The base is the most of the work on the statue, to be honest. The lines on her suit are pretty straight. Everything's pretty easy to get to. So yeah, I'm not. The actual statue part of the statue is going to go fast. This base, though, is a whole separate thing. Largest, biggest, pointiest brush I have. All the rest are going to be flat brushes, and then I'll have to jam it down in there. I don't want to do that. So we're gonna push on. A little bit more cold white. What time is it? 9:16. I probably got another hour and a half in me. Then I got all day tomorrow. And then Sunday. I hope to make a fair bit of progress once I clear these initial hurdles. Oh, that should have been purple too. Yeah, I'll paint it fire. Oh, it's smoke. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to paint that again. Dang it. Go get that while I'm thinking about it. I gotta go hit this with the airbrush real quick. Oh, I forgot my airbrush is disassembled. So we shall reassemble it. Boopity boopity boop. Needle tip seems to be pretty clear. Whatever was in there is departed. The needle goes all the way through and in good shape. Like a glove. Oh, I love the quality of this airbrush. Like it just feels good. The spraying, oh yeah, the purple. So I do a little bit of alcohol in there. Alcohol. Come on. cross-threaded. Putting some airbrush cleaner in that little mini dropper was one of my better ideas. All right, give this a spray through. Airbrush thinner. Really not too much here. Only need a teeny tiny squirt. I just missed a spot on the sentinel hand, and if I don't do it now, I will be upset later. So we're gonna get this done. Very, very quickly. Totally missed that whole corner right there. Alright, you guys watch that paint dry, and I'm gonna go clean my airbrush again. Let me know if something happens.
I want to start.
Sitting here muted. Hey, what's up, man? Just cleaning out an airbrush. You know how we do. Actually, I think I'm gonna let this soak some airbrush cleaner. These little floaty bits. The tip there, I think it's got some paint buildup. All right, let that soak. I think this thing should be clean. Body, I should say. Maybe take a little bit of a paper towel and rub it up in there. Q-tip, probably get better. Q-tip. I have to use too many cotton swabs up in there, but for that one little spot in the front of the gun, it's perfect. Yeah, I have a little buildup in there. Coming out now. That is nice and clean. That will let soak for a little while longer. We can get back to some painting. Oh, don't listen to this. All right. Now, back to this. Hopefully my white is still white. Yep. Still be movable. Where did that spray? Right there. Right there. Grab it over here. I still got a whole lot of fire to paint. I'm not even painting it. I'm just base coating it. Like practice paint. I'm painting all this white. I don't know why I'm being so careful about it. This is all getting painted. Just kind of get down in here into these little cracks and crevices till I get up to the metal bits. Yeah, getting around this fire is crazy. I haven't painted fire in a while, so I'm kind of interested to see how I'm gonna do. I've got it in my brain how to do it, but I really have not done it in so long that I'm not 100% sure I'm remembering the steps correctly. I think I am though. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Be cognizant of this saw blade action. Oh, I don't want to do that. Do I have a little bit of a water spot there? I haven't sealed this either, so I gotta be gentle with the painting. I think after I get this base coat on here, I'll have to go and give everything a prime. I don't think I'm gonna varnish. I don't think I'm gonna varnish over the saw blades though. That chrome is really super shiny. I don't want to knock down that, so I'm not gonna varnish that. But the plinth and the sentinel hand definitely use a seal before I get too far into it. I should do it before I go in here with a brush in case I have any little accidents like I just had. A hole, or is that yeah, it's a hole. I just need to be much more careful. I mean, at this stage, everything is still patchable. Anyway, like everything's still just base coat, you know, so there's not like a color matching issue or gradient matching issue. I prefer, if I'm going to screw up, I do all my screwing up at this stage. You know, get it out of my system before I get deep into it. Speaking of deep into it, how the hell am I going to get in there? I guess that's as good as an angle as any. Yeah, everything that's gonna be white is gonna be yellow. So I'm gonna be doing this for quite a little bit. Actually, I think I'll get this one coat. I'll get one coat finished, and then let it dry overnight. Then I'll do the next coat tomorrow. I'll have a little more, focus and energy. Start my day fresh. But I'm definitely happy. I'm happy that I got on and got some painting done today. It has been a long freaking week, and I wanted to paint some earlier this week, but I just did not have the opportunity. Just work stuff and family stuff and friend stuff, and one of those weeks, where you're just like, it seems like you're just busy from the beginning to the end. I made dinner a couple nights. I made a really yummy hibachi. Teriyaki shrimp and pineapple last night on my big hibachi griddle. That thing is awesome. So yeah, just a busy week. Not a whole lot of hobby time. But I really needed it today. And my wife is apparently doing some card making in the bedroom and asked me to sleep in the guest room tonight because she's like, I'm probably going to be at it for a long time. So I don't have any hurry to, get wrapped up and get to bed tonight. Going through a, phase of making cards right now for the holidays. And making cards. Cool, right on. Gotta do something with your time and your energy and your. So yeah, while she's doing that, I'm gonna be doing this, I think, for a little while. I wish I had more of a bendy brush. I actually saw a thing on Amazon, like an ad for a set of hobby brushes that had an angle brush in it. Next time I need to replace a set of brushes, I'm gonna pick up those, because having an angle brush is like really handy. Like super handy, actually. The only reason I'm not using it now is because it's like, or the one that I have is the edge is all frayed and terrible, so kind of a little bit of a waste of time with it now. It's just gotten too frayed. But if I can replace it, that would be dope. What every angle I hold this at reveals spots that I've missed. And I'm not even trying to do a good job. I'm just trying to get the job done right now. Holy crap, this is a pain in the buttocks. I should have just masked it off. Of course, it's not too late. I may mask it off in the morning. The hardest part is getting the edges. I want to get the edges painted to make sure that they're good. I can always touch it. Actually, yes, that's what I'm going to do. That makes way more sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this coat right now, tonight. And then tomorrow I'm going to mask off. Well, tomorrow I'm going to first varnish the plinth and the sentinel hand. And then I'm going to mask off everything I want to keep. And then I'm just going to start hosing this thing down. I'll hit it with one more coat of white with the airbrush. Then I will let that dry. I'll hit those loose pieces of fire with the airbrush. Get a nice solid base white on them, and then it'll be off to the races. It will just take a little bit extra time to mask off, but having the brush painted edges, I'll be able to see, you know, I can overlap the mask a little bit, cheat it a little bit, because sometimes that putty gets a little big and gets a little thick, you know what I mean? So it leaves a little bit of a lip around where I mask off. It's not as clean as tape, I guess. It's not as, tape has, you know, 0 vertical. So there's like practically no vertical, I should say. No thickness. Whereas the putty sometimes gets a little thick. And it can only be thinned out so much. That is one limitation to the putty method. But most cases it's not a big deal, especially if you hand paint the actual edge before you mask. You know you got a clean edge underneath because you did it by hand. I'm just rambling right now because I'm trying to get all this little detail. Ow, see, I just bumped my head on the camera. Sorry, I can't keep this held where you guys can see it, but hell, I'm just trying to hold it so where I can see it. Painting, 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 painting all day long. Painting, painting, painting. Painting while I sing my song. Yeah, I'm going to make it through one coat of this because I'm starting to get hungry again. I know I shouldn't eat so late at night, but I didn't have much for dinner, so. Time means nothing when you're hungry. I'm a grown man. I'll have a late night snack if I want to have a late night snack. This is America, by God. I do what I want. This brush is way too big to do what I'm trying to make it do. But I'm doing it anyway. I'm going to be a little bit overspray up in there anyway. I don't know why I'm trying to be so detailed with it. I guess because I can. Painting this fire all white. Man, I missed a big spot right there. Not even close. Yeah. I'm glad I'm doing the brush paint, the brush first. Like I said, I'll be able to get a nice clean mask on it now. And then I can speed this up tomorrow. So. I like these new, I found a new audio playlist called Stream Beats. All like royalty free stuff. And I like it. It's better than that other playlist I had. I think I was also playing that into the ground. Not that I'm really paying attention to the background audio, but I have noticed a difference. I also like when a perfect song comes on and it's just the right tempo. So like I'm in the middle of something challenging, you know, like a produced moment. Kind of makes me laugh. Alright, I don't even know why I'm trying to worry about painting something nobody's gonna see. And you're gonna be airbrushing this a little bit tomorrow too. These big ass puddles in it. And this. I wish I didn't have to put this saw blade in so early in the process, but the way the key was set up in here, it had to be put in and fused together. Otherwise it would have just stuck out. Because all this is going to be kind of fiery, so I don't have to be as careful. But yeah, I tell you what, painting or putting the mask on this tomorrow is gonna be a challenge. And actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that liquid mask would be pretty good application for this, because all these little nooks and crannies, it would be easier to get latex in and out of there. And since I'm already, you know, masking off, or since I'm already tidying up the lines anyway, it doesn't matter if the mask is jagged, because I'm just gonna, if I just overlap it a little bit in the other direction, it'll be fine. So yeah, maybe I will bust out that liquid mask, see if I can give it another go. That latex mask. Set the weight of this down a little bit. Relax my hand. Don't forget to breathe. I should probably put something down so that now it doesn't rub the paint off on the other side. gripping it really hard. I need to relax. Listen to this groovy music. Actually, that is helping. I'm not gonna lie. First, I was kind of making fun, but actually, no, that shit is helping. Why am I trying to paint upside down? Why? 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 That's stupid. And it says, you know what, this is all on fire anyway, so. What's up, DL? How's it going? I am stuck in base coat purgatory at the moment. Because I am doing things in a very crazy order. But I think it's going to pay off. Oh, you can. Oh shit! Sorry, I'm talking kind of low. I'm not saying anything important. I'm just mumbling to myself. You're not missing anything. I'm just listening to these groovy tunes. And painting. Slowly. So slowly. But yeah, I'm gonna do this base coat with a brush. And then mask off. So I'll have nice clean lines, and I think I am going to try that liquid latex mask on this. I think on this particular instance it'll actually do a good job, especially since I'm tidying up all the line, or I'm, pre-painting all the edges anyway. It should make it easier for the, I can just overlap the liquid latex, a little bit. I'll still have a nice clean edge. Or maybe not, I don't know. Because, I mean, this is going to get weird. No, putty. I can do whole swaths of it with putty. Alright, I'll do that in the morning anyway. I'm not thinking clearly. finish up this first first base layer, and then yeah, hang it up for the night. Time is it? 10, yeah. And then hopefully tomorrow I can spend most of the day painting and streaming. And I feel like that'll be a good way to spend the Saturday. Painting. Let's go. Yeah, I definitely underestimated how long this was going to take, but like I said, I think it'll be the best of both worlds when I can just mask this off. Not have to worry about the lines because the lines are already in place. Then it'll just be a little bit of touch up. I can start airbrushing it then. And that will make it go exponentially faster. Another 10-hour day. I might. I don't think I have any plans tomorrow. And it was a shit week, so I definitely want to have a day for myself. And I'm definitely excited about painting this statue because I got some really good color choices, I think, and looking forward to it. But yeah, man, I might be on here for a minute tomorrow. My wife will probably sleep in anyway. She's gonna be up all night making cards. So I guess holiday cards, birthday cards. And she said she's gonna have stuff all over the bedroom. So I'm just planning on sleeping in the guest room tonight anyway. But she's probably gonna be up late, so that means she'll be sleeping late. So yeah, I'll probably get started early tomorrow. Maybe. Or not super early, like 10 or 11, something like that. Eastern time. See what, this cold white goes on nice. But definitely, it's still gonna take 2 coats. But I mean, that's just whites in general. But I mean, as far as like the actual viscosity of this white, it's pretty nice. I missed that whole side there. It's just all fire. Well, there's no way in hell I'm going to mask off down in there anyway, so there's going to be some fireness happening in there. No matter what color it was supposed to be, fire color in there. brush is too big to trying to do these little details here. I'm doing it against my better judgment because I'm being lazy and I don't want to switch to another brush. No, this is fine. These details are not super detailed. It's fire. It's supposed to be a little chaotic, so if I miss a spot or I go over a little bit, it's no big deal. Oh. No, that's smart. Yeah, like I said, yeah, I just had a long week. My time was very rarely under my own control, so I don't like that feeling for too long. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, what life demands, but I definitely need I need a Bobby day tomorrow. A lot of paint on that brush. Oh, my fingers are cramping. Tell you what, you really can't fully see what you're doing until you really just get in there and start doing it. Actually adding some separation in these pieces makes me realize how detailed this thing actually is. So much of it just looks like chaos in the beginning, but Pretty nice. Just kind of jamming my brush around up in there. I know it's not how you're supposed to paint, but sometimes you just don't have a choice. There's actually good music for this. Oh, I gotta set that down. Whew. I think it's chunky. Suppose I don't have to set it down on that towel. Can't get that area right there just completely inverted. I think I got it. Mix up a little bit more white. All right, I gotta sit up straight here and breathe a little. Getting too focused on what I'm doing, and I totally forget to inhale. And that's no good for anybody. I'm not gonna do all of them. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do Storm and Beast, and I'm gonna do the Deadpool Wolverine, and and he's an X-Men fan, but not from that set. But I think that's probably it. Oh, I might do a Nightcrawler. I have a really good Nightcrawler statue. Yes, I may do that. I may do the Nightcrawler. Not a huge Jean Grey fan, so probably not going to do Jean Grey. Or Jubilee. I probably won't do a Jubilee. They're not. I'm not a big fan. I just know the way to get. Yeah. The Wolverines were tough. I like the new one, the Deadpool Wolverine. That one's pretty good. But that first one and the one with Sabretooth is good. But I don't know, the pose or the something was just too extreme about it. I don't know, something couldn't quite put my finger on it. I wasn't like totally sold on it. Although I do really like the Sabretooth montage where they're fighting, and that's just vertical enough. It may go in one of my quarter scale cabinets pretty nicely. So I am considering that one. But also I feel like that one's been done to death. Like everybody's done that one. Surprisingly enough, not a lot of people have done the Rogue statue. I've noticed. I've seen a few, but I've been looking for reference, on like the Patreon groups and stuff, on the Facebook groups and stuff. But yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of Rogues. I want to do a really good Storm. So I'm thinking about for Storm. I'm thinking about trying some chrome with white ink over it for the primary color of her suit. So it's kind of shiny, kind of metallic looking. And then I'll have some flat whites in there. That'll be a sweet ass paint job. That's one I've already planned out in my head a long time ago. Yeah, I feel like FDM printing is better suited for like cosplay stuff, like big items, life size shit. Because to get the detail, even for a base, like I know some people print their bases in FDM, but for me, there's still all those layer lines and stuff, and it's like no matter how sanding that shit down that was not something I enjoyed, and you just couldn't get the detail of it. But each his own. Once you get, I think once you find the reason for your printing. Like I was talking to this one guy last night, and he has an FDM printer, but he just prints kind of like random stuff. It's nothing like specific. More of just I don't say goofing around hobby, but just more like that. Whereas, once I got into it, it's like I knew I wanted to be making statues. So, I tried FDM printer for about 3 months, and I think I ended up just giving it away because it worked fine. You know, it printed out some stuff, but I could never get the. And I know they have better printers now where the layer lines are supposedly, you know, non-existent. But I don't know. I will stick with my resin. Thank you very much. Oops, I'm plugging that. I need a cleaner. You will do. Get in there and do your job. Any dry brush will absorb that water and not take off the purple. There we go. Yeah, that's true. That's true too. I know. I realize I'm, you know, very fortunate to have the free time and expendable income to be able to paint with resin or print and paint resin. And I do enjoy this hobby so much. Like seriously, like I can't even tell you. What's up, David? How's it going? I'm just painting base coating for fire and smoke right now. And I am quickly running out of juice. But I'm going to finish this base coating. It has a misprint right there, but nobody can tell. Like a little piece of weird shaped fire. Whew, how you doing? How's it going out there on this Friday evening? What printer do I use? I use the Anycubic M3 Premium. That's my primary printer. I have an Anycubic 4K, little tiny little guy. That was my very first printer, and I keep him around for, you know, nostalgic purposes. But also, it comes in handy every now and then if I just need to print like one little tiny part, you know, and I don't want to pour a whole big vat full of resin, you know, just a little shoebox, little tray ashtray size vat, It was very, very tiny, but it was perfect, a perfect printer to learn on. Like just to get used to the concepts of it, of resin printing, and the amount of work it takes. Just changing the FEP, maintenance on the machine, that kind of shit. Starting with a small one, I think really helped me personally. If I'd started off with the premium, I would have been a little more fearful of it, because it is a monster. It is a big printer. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you any more than just about the Anycubic stuff, because I've just always been an Anycubic guy since I started. I really like the premium. It just worked right out of the box. Like no, there was once I got it dialed in. Once I got it calibrated, it's been rock solid. It prints quick, especially with Anycubic resin. I mean, quick relative to the resin printing. Like, I mean, it still takes several hours to do stuff, but it moves pretty quick. My cure time is about a little over 2 seconds a layer, 2.1 or something like that. So yeah, it moves. And the vat is huge. Like it'll hold like two of those big bottles of resin, like 2 kilograms worth of resin, or liters, or whatever the hell those bottles come in. It'll hold quite a bit. Because I didn't like the idea. I don't like those autofill things. I don't know. I just foresee something like a malfunction, and it just pumping a full bottle into your vat when it doesn't need it. So the M3 Premium vat is big enough that there's nothing you could print that would eat up that entire vat at one time. Like you filled up to the max line, and honestly, like I can pull 2 or 3 plates off before having to add more resin. So yeah, just keep it going. I've got a Miles Morales on there right now for a gift for holidays. Trying to get a head start on my holiday gift making. Yeah, like I said, I really like the Anycubic. It's been a super solid machine, and I've had no complaints out of it at all. The Mono X, the Mono 10 thing, that one I did have some trouble with, but I think they moved on past that, because it was the Z-Rod. Like, they were just too small. There was a lot of wobble in the vertical, and there was just really nothing you can do about it. I mean, I suppose I could have replaced the Z-Rod and the Z motor and all that shit, but I just it was better for me to just upgrade to the premium. I was wanting something bigger and more high quality anyway. It's 8K, and it certainly is a difference. Like, an 8K printer definitely is no joke. You can get some detail out of it. Again, I'm painting upside down. Why am I painting upside down? How long does it take on average? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at some of my live streams. I would say, I mean, it's got to be 50 to 60 hours. That feels right. 50, 60 hours, something like that. It depends on the model, obviously. Some of the bigger ones take longer. Like that Magneto took me a long time. But also, I feel like I'm getting faster. The more I do this, the less trepidation I have about each step. So I think I'm definitely increasing speed. But to answer your question, it is not fast. Tell you what, I don't know if I'm gonna make it all the way through this. Even just going around the perimeter, like trying to get all this fire. I'll do the rest with the airbrush, but getting all the little ups and downs of this fire, man, it's kind of taking me out. Yeah, it's 10:45. I think I might be running out of steam here, folks. Oh yeah, you definitely you start super slow. I mean, you know, it takes a while to build up to like where you just automatically know what to do next. You know what I'm saying? Like for the longest time, I just had to think about it, and and move slow. I moved with more caution than I do now. Now it's like I know that if I varnish my layers, if I get a little paint on something, it's not a big deal anymore. It's not like it used to be that I felt like I messed up, terribly. Now I just know you can take a little water and just wash it right off. Keep trucking. But yeah, I mean that's just one of those things that like just get faster with more experience. So keep going. In retrospect, maybe I should just prime this whole thing white. Probably would have saved me a whole lot of this. I mean, I still would have to go back and paint it all white anyway, because primer white and cold white are two totally different whites. But since I've gotten this new airbrush, I need to be more willing to mask stuff off. So I'm just doing this because it'll keep the lines nice and tidy. And also this fire was like impossible to paint with an airbrush. The amount of saturation, getting to all those little nooks. Craziness. Hopefully tomorrow I can mask this off well enough that I can get in there and paint at least the white and the yellow base coat, because then I can touch up the yellow base coat around the edge if I need, anywhere that I mask and I can't get to, and then I can freehand the rest of the orange and like let it have some overspray, some OSL from the fire. It's gonna be good. So yeah, that's the plan anyway. Oops, I'm gonna touch that up with some chrome later. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I remember the first technique I learned, if you're still there, but the first technique I learned was dry brushing. That was the first thing I was like, yeah, I could do that. And even that took a little bit of practice, you know. Oh no, I didn't. Got some paint on that tip there. Of course, I'm going to chrome that out a little bit anyway, so it doesn't matter. Add some battle damage there. I still don't want slopping white paint everywhere. And then, like I said, at least doing it this way, when I go to airbrush some yellow on here, if I need to touch it up with the brush around the edge where the mask is, not that big of a deal. Go pretty quick. Should go pretty quick. But I did underestimate how long this was going to take, so maybe my guts have shit for brains. This is looking like poop, but that's okay. Getting through it though. All right. Starting to look like something at least. Thanks. All that, Jeffro, really helpful. Thanks. I did decide that I'm gonna paint this trim and all these little fire pieces, and then I'm gonna mask it off and paint the rest of this with airbrush, because this is taking forever. So after I get this part whited out, which will give me nice clean lines, then I'll mask it off and do another coat of white tomorrow, because I'm on my last tank of gas right now, I'll tell you what. Been fun though. And I've been at this for a few hours. And I think I got the full weekend ahead of me. I don't think we have any plans I can think of. So yeah, I think I might just be painting Rogue this weekend. Entertaining you fine folks. Yeah, I'm super excited. Yeah, I think it's gonna look great. After doing the color tests on my spoons and stuff, finding the perfect color combination got me kind of juiced. The majority of the detail, the majority of the statue is in this base. The actual statue part is pretty straightforward. But this base is crazy town. Right? I feel like I messed up. I should have just primed this thing in white instead of black. I did not anticipate how much white I was going to need to do with all the fire and the smoke. And I should have. But then I would have had to touch it up anyway, because white primer and white paint are totally different. And I want to give this cold white I wanted to give the yellow a good brightness. So this cold white is about as white as it can get. There are also these little tendrils of fire and stuff. Just randomly poking out. Oh, I still gotta paint the underneath. Oh. Alright, gonna hang in here. Get this done. See if I can speed this up though. Really only need the edge. This big top part is going to be fully exposed, so I can just airbrush the shit out of that. starting to paint sloppy now. Till my patience is running out. Whew. That will all be airbrushed. Let's just keep going around these edges. A little bit more white. I'm whispering now, sorry. I'm just saying, need a little bit more white. I don't want to mix up too much, but I also made it really liquidy, so this is how you waste your paint. All right, where were we? Right about here. Keep forgetting to breathe. Almost done. For the night, that is. Fire tuft up there. I forgot I was in the middle of doing. gonna be chroming over those anyway. All right. Moving on. Gotta finish this one little quadrant right here, and that should be it. Hello. All right, now I definitely got to get off here because I have to go run a young child home. They were spending the night, but apparently not. So, boop-de boop boop boop. All right, the rest of that I can mask off and airbrush. All right, yep, rest, masked, airbrush. That's what's gonna happen tomorrow. So I gotta jump off here. Have a good night. I will be back on, hopefully, semi-early tomorrow. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.